Right, we're back. That gave us no success. Hi, Kenny. It's not going. We are plugged in. We restarted the PC, and the fan is not spinning. Do we think we dare to measure the voltage of this thing? I mean, the pins are so small. So small. Like, we don't have a good ground point to measure against. And from the angle you're sitting, you can't even see it. Maybe you can begin to see it. So yeah, like, I don't know where I would measure even. Like, is this grounded? The ring here, support ring. I can just continue the test. It would be nice if I could just get a ground source and probe. It's not grounded. Why would it be? Double check. Never mind. It is. Okay, so then we have a ground that we can use and measure if we get any power to... You probably can't see the voltage meter, can you? You can see it, but you can't read it. Oh, it's doing funny things. We'll do it again. No. No, it won't. Now you can sort of see it. It's just so good where it is because I can see it super well. So we can just try the meter by measuring the power going in. I thought, oh wait, here. If I come in from upside like this, how that works. So let's see. Yeah, that shows 1.2 volts. And that is power going to the power supply. I mean, now there's no power supply connected, but that's how it would work. Oh man, these pins are too small. I'm sitting with a microscope or a magnifying glass, and I still can't see these pins enough to probe them. With this giant probe, I need to cover the camera. They're too small for me to not cover the camera. Nothing. Yes, a volt. And this one briefly showed 2 volts, 1 volt, 2 volts, 3 volts. 1.3, nothing. Ooh, it showed 1 volt there. Oh, my ground is bad. 1.2, 14 volts, 14.8. Holy moly. 14.5. Is that what I charge with? So how do we measure that? We might have fried the fan. So let's see if we can measure the incoming of the pins. $14.65. Yeah, probably that's what's going on. Like what I think happens is that it's pulse width modulation, and it feeds it 12 volt because it's a 12 volt fan. But I just fed it 15 and it didn't like that. That's my best guess. Right. We might have a dead fan on our hands. Or one of my connections is wrong, because we are getting power out. So double check every wire. Yeah, I guess that's the... We know it's sending power. Let's just yank it. We know it's sending power. But either I have done a poor job in the joints, or a fan is broken. Hi Mag. We are building an IRL streaming rig. It's based on a Mac Mini, and the Mac Mini is running a bit hot now that I'm streaming with it. So this is being streamed off the computer that we are looking at. And I'm thinking, I mean, the best case scenario would be if I've fucked up a solder joint. But also it's a 12 volt fan that I'm feeding, well, 16 volts basically. Because it's not regulating it, it's presuming on one of the pins it's getting the full voltage from the power supply. And since I'm feeding the power supply with 16 volts and not 12 like it's designed for. But the fan has worked before, so that doesn't make a lot of sense. No, right, the fan ran before I extended this cable. So that would more point towards a short in this. Oh, Jesus. I think this is fantastically fun, by the way. Troubleshooting when you know it's like worst case scenario isn't so bad. That's fun. It's not like the whole computer is broken. This could go into a backpack. This can be standing on your floor. This can... I have a belt for it, and I have like a dovetail quick release plate for it, so it can sit on that belt and sit on the back. So this is multi-use for both like a one-man band and also more of a TV production setting where you have a big mirrorless camera with a nice lens on it. Phone with a power bank. It's suitable for a lot of things, but if you want permanent uptime, if you want to be able to stream from your house, plugging in a computer, and just be able to jump in the... Okay, let's sell this. With this system, you can be streaming a PlayStation 5 game from your house with a wireless HDMI professional camera, or SDI if you want. And then you could be like, oh man, I just want to go to McDonald's, and you would take that camera and this backpack, everything wireless, battery powered, and just jump in the car and go. With redundant modems, so this right now has 2 modems, but you can plug in as many as you want. And do bonded internet, so the internet connection speed will be connected between the 2 different modems, so you get better, more reliable connection. Or when you're home, you can use like your Wi-Fi. And streaming on the road. Also, like this is like if you have a Steam Deck or any like a Nintendo Switch, for example, you can plug it into the capture card of this streaming backpack, because it has two capture cards, one wireless for the camera and one wired for the gaming computer, or one wired for the second camera angle, so you can do two camera angles, right? Imagine being two people. You can have a GoPro each, for example, or a bigger camera if you want, and do like both POVs from the two people wirelessly into this backpack. So all of these solder joints are still connected, but we might need to measure them as well. Dude, this fucking sucks. We also potentially have wired it wrong. That we have to double check. Do I need to remove it? It would make it easier. Let's keep it there. When you stream with a phone, you use the phone's encoder, and the phone's encoder is not as good as the encoder when using software encoder. So I'm encoding this with X265. So that's a software encoder, and with the same amount of bandwidth, you get a clearer image. Reason number 5 that this is awesome. I can use it together with my gimbal and the DSLR, or mirrorless camera actually, the Sony a7S III, to get like ultra nice, like you wouldn't believe IRL streaming. You would think it's pre-recorded. I think one of the more fun comments you may have gotten, like, I'm the cameraman, right? This is the support stream for a streamer named Siri here on Twitch. And we did a stream when we were hiking. So we were out walking in the woods with a version of this rig. And people came in, and after a while they said like, well, oh, I thought this was the commercial. I was just waiting for the streamer to show up, but it was this commercial playing. Don't get me wrong, cell phone streaming has so many perks. Like, a cell phone weighs 200 grams. And then if you want a battery to last for, this one does 8 hours. It's another 500 grams or something like that to make another 8 hours of streaming. So that weighs 700 grams, whilst this kit, the backpack, weighs 2.8 kilos. And depending on what camera you want to use, we're talking maybe 5.5 kilos for the camera, for a total weight of, and with the support system, yeah, we're talking maybe 15 kilos versus 0.7 kilos. So like, cell phone streams are amazing. But I don't watch cell phone streams because they're too weeble wobbly. They're not stable enough. Unless you have a gimbal, but I guess you can have a gimbal for a cell phone. Then they don't have as good low light. And they can't plug in a gaming console. I'm gonna break the fan cable unless I remove the zip tie. Whew. Getting this open is just proving to be a real issue. I used so many layers of tape, I'm ashamed to admit how many it is. So it's like, I just want it to be protected. Because when you solder, it can become sharp in the corners. So I just wanted to make sure they don't puncture and create a short. And in doing that, I made a mess. I would not recommend this setup for almost anybody. But if I get it working the way I want it to, it will be so fucking good. And I've already used the parts separately. It's just the rebuild I'm doing now is about putting them in a case that is far smaller than what I did before. So miniaturizing it, putting everything together. I didn't used to have the modems connected like this, but it's so easy when everything is connected, because then it's just one handle to grab and then you got the whole system. Whilst before it was like one stick for the antenna, one bag for the camera, one bag for the streaming rig, and the streaming rig was not robust, except, I mean, I did mount it, but it was robustly mounted to my waist pack. But if I want to put it in a backpack, that was inconvenient. So the things we're doing now is all about making it convenient to use it and modular as hell, so that without rebuilding the whole kit, because that's how I did it before. If I was doing one setup, I spent 4 or 5 hours just rebuilding where the components are. And the idea with this is that I can do X, Y, and Z without rebuilding it. Last cable. This is what's the last one? Right, that's why it's so hard, because it's wrapped on itself. If I rip it. Oh. Haha. Okay. We have revealed the cables. We're first going to do continuity tests, and after that we're going to plug in the fan, make sure no wire is touching, and measure some voltages. First we just do continuity tests. Let's separate all of the strands as good as we can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because then I want to probe it all the way through to the last connection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, they're good. So first we want to make sure that none of them have continuity to each other. You can do that here for convenience. That one is clean. Some check. That one is clean. That one is clean. Oh. No. I guess am I thinking wrong? Like if they are connected, should I need to test all of them individually against each other? Probably not. I mean, half of them maybe, but I don't know, it just feels better just double checking. No continuity between them. And let's start from the beginning. So this is supposedly the first pin, and that should be going here, and that should be going to the first pin, which is that. It does. And now the second pin, and that is it this one? It should be this one. Yeah, we're all good. Pin 3 should go to cable 3, which is red, so it should be this one. Oh, no wait. Cable. Switch the probes around because the black probe has a little bit of a tip to it that is easier just getting in these very, very small pins. Number 3. Oh yes, it's black. Why is number 3 black? And then it goes here to black. Not anything else. Right. And pin 4 should then be this. It is 4. And pin 5. It's probably this then black. And nothing else. And pin 6 is there in the red. So yeah, the pins seem really fucking right, if you ask me. Well, that's a shame. That would have been the easiest fix. Sure, we could still have flipped it around. We only assumed, looked, and did our best to put it back the right way. So we could have an issue where the whole thing is just flipped 180 degrees. Are we brave enough to put power in this? Because if we now, I mean, this is a bit scary because we will be subjecting the system to, if it shorts to ground, we can fry the fan controller of the computer at best, and it could be much worse. So yeah, these wires can't touch. And I have to plug it in a really difficult spot. Like, I don't feel very comfortable with that. We should at least tape one end up. There's no point in having that end revealed. So let's do that first. Scissor go. It's very hard to film this in any meaningful way. I guess if I put one on each side, I can tape both of them at the same time. Haha! Saved on a piece of tape. Ta-da! And then let's just do a first sanity check for continuity between the pins, if anyone is shorted from this operation so far. Oops. No one is shorted to that one. So these two are showing some resistance, but that could be through the motor. After all, they are connected through the motor. I mean, that's how these things work, but they're not shorted. We don't have a clear fault yet. I mean, I taped them with 3 layers of tape, so I don't expect any of them to be able to poke through. They have like sort of sharp corners on the solder joints. They're so small that it's very hard to, I mean, what am I going to go in and file? Not really that easy to do. Right, so now if we can figure out a way to sort of, as best as we can, separate them. apart, both from each other as pairs, but also from the, because we're going to come in and measure these as well, so then we're going to want as much freedom of movement and without, like, I don't want to be say oopsie when I'm trying to measure these. And that's going to be, it's going to be so tricky. Plus we got to plug it in, and when we plug it in we move the whole thing. Jesus. Goes in that way, so let's turn it around like that. I think this is going to be a walk in the park. Like, again, filming this as I'm like scared for like my life here. It's not gonna be great for you guys. But you just have to trust me when I'm saying I'm doing something over here. Before we put it in, we want to double, triple make sure that nothing's touching. If I can get that far. Right, that's possible. And I have two wires here that are a little anxiously close. Can I separate these two a little more? As much as we can. Nice. It's probably the best we're going to see all day. The heatsink is so hot as well. I don't see, I'm trying to do this by feel. Big fucking hands are in the way. Doing it the right way? Yes. Oh, double check the cables again. Now that I've messed it up. That seems good. That is plugged. We still have no success with the fan spinning. So I guess that's most unfortunate. But we now can measure against ground if we get power. That is 14.9 volts. That is ground. Are we getting power between them then? Yes. I'm holding it the other way. That means that is the positive and that is the negative. And does that also... Yes, that's correct. So this is positive and this is negative. Right, so this gives me continuity then. That's it. It does. Do I have more grounds? No. So that is my ground wire. Right. Should we mark it? So why that matters is, like, say we cooked the fan. Say we did it. Say we have broken it somehow. If we take the power out of the motherboard, we don't have to worry about any fancy shutoffs. This is 14. Yeah, that's full power. And then we're probably gonna have a bunch of like lower voltage outputs. This is 1.14 stable. This is 1.38. Was this 1.14, right? 114. And this is 138. This is 293, and this is 108. Now, if you understand why that is, you are a smarter man than me. Because I don't understand that, and I don't understand why this isn't spinning. All the powers are in the wire. Is there like a loose connection in the hub? The motor is warm. Very warm. We're cooking the motor. Ah, it's not what I wanted. I didn't want the fan to be broken. That's the least fun of everything. Right. Fan be broken. Why? I don't know. It's awfully hot. So before we assume that the fan is broken, we can also leave it just in there, because the heat might be transferred from the computer itself. So it has these, honestly, quite thick metal plate. No, it's much hotter at the spindle than it is out here. So the bearing housing is like super hot. Super hot. Let's get a screwdriver. First off, we could snip off the zip ties, because I mean, this is... I'm not saying we won't get it working again, but I don't think we're gonna get it working again. Fan repairs, yeah. I won't try to say that I have any confidence in getting this one working. Oh, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. Let's see if I can put this somewhere. Man, it's a shame it's magnetic. Can we go without? Yeah. My magnetic lights are on charge. So, what could have happened? Do we have any theories, chat? Well, that might be a little small, right? Yes, that's a little small. Let's do a 0. That's double 0. Not a single 0. Metal shavings inside the fan. Not a horrible idea. As we try to adjust the fan shroud, we put a saw to the whole thing. And as we know, motors have magnets, and magnets likes metal. Is that loose metal that I see? Oh shit, it's got a full like circuit board of stuff going on in there. Right, that's why it's sending so many different voltages. So on the other side of this plate, which I can't get to, unless I get the fan hub off, or if I manage to like press out the bearing, but I'm not optimistic on that. Oh shit. I mean, it's glued in, so it's not supposed to come off. But inside of it, what I can see is a PCB. I think, like what would be your best chances? Pressing out the bearing? Does not budge. Right. So I see something in here. And if I have my little pokey tool, I'm gonna see if I can move it, because that would mean it's, yeah, metal shavings for sure. But could that metal shaving have just gotten so unfortunately lodged in that it shorted? The PCB components, some of it. Nothing is impossible. With a little bit of shavings that we have here, I'm gonna be so surprised. We have many things we can try. I'm very doubtful of all of them. Step 1, compressed air. With that done, what are odds of success? 0.1. Again, separating these as much as we can. Keep it as unsafe as we can. And I have to put it somewhere where it won't just spin off the table as I plug it in. This might be even sketchier now that the fan doesn't have a shroud. But, we shall test. I mean, we didn't burn it up when we plugged it in when it didn't work last time, so it's not like me cleaning it will have made it worse and will hurt the computer. But if I manage to plug it in, and if it starts spinning, it's going to be without a shroud. And that will be a little chaotic on its own. Because when it starts spinning without a shroud, I'm like, what's the chances of me touching something bad or it just falling on the floor? Fairly high. This is, I'll just say it, so dumb. Like, I know the connections are good, so it's worth putting a bit of tape. You know, just like a little bit, peace of mind, just insulating them individually, like at least half of them. Just small bits folded over itself. 4. Guess I can put it here. 5 and 6. No, I need one more. Math. This will make me feel a lot better. It will slow down the process of finding the pin out in case I want to use the power from the motherboard. I guess the only perk of that would be if it would turn on and off with the computer. But I don't know that for a fact that it would, because it might be a constant power source. But now we have it as safe as we can, except for the fact it might spin off the table. It's at least safe from electric shorts. And again, back to the you can't see what I'm doing, getting my fingers down deep in the belly of this computer. I don't even see what I'm doing. That went in so well. Nice. But we got no spinny spin. And is it heating up? Nothing yet. Why won't you spin? I wonder if the computer sees this spinning. So if I go and check my fan speed here. 0 RPM. But it's no longer getting hot, is it? Oh, now it's coming. My finger's gonna get used to the hot. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh yeah. Yeah, now it's coming. It is kaput. Ah, that's a shame. Ooh, and on that giant failure, I bid you adieu. We'll have to reconsider. I guess we can. Okay, let's do a Google. I said I would go, but I won't go. I'm a bad person. Sorry. So, turn this off. We worked so hard on getting this fan to work in the case as well, and then we just failed. Do this store sell fans? What would that be under? Computer stuff? Fan accessories. Do they have a fan controller? They don't. They just have splits. And these are probably all too big. 80 mils. How big is 80 mil in this case? I honestly think an 80 mil would fit. We can make an 80 mil work. I wonder if I have an 80 mil. It's actually not impossible that I would. This here is a 25 mil, 10,000 RPM. But if we compare that to a 80 mil Noctua, and we see the decibel and the airflow per hour, 4.25, and this one does 53 at a lower decibel. Yeah, so do they have one in stock? Yes. So we can get an 80mm Noctua tomorrow morning. What's different with this one? This is NFR8. Oh, this is PWM. Right, but I don't... Four-pin connection. And this is a 3-pin connection. Right, so it's PWM. So how does the 3-pin connection work? 3... Oh, the wrong keyboard. Oh, here we have the perfect one because it's both. Tachometer, speed controller. But does it require... This is a 24 volts. But it's from Noctua? Oh, it's for their 24 volts fan. Does it need it to run? So with the PWM fan, it needs a PWM signal, or it won't do anything. What is the question? 3-pin fan controller and only use 4-pin fan with it. I want to be able to see my RPM, also control the RPM on the controller. Normally the blue cable goes to the pulse width modulation on your fan. Just ignore that. You can use the use a pin to pop it out from the header and tuck it away. Usually fans with fan controllers, especially dumb ones, have no display and just knobs to turn the speed up and down. 3 pins is the 3rd pin is usually a dud, meaning that it isn't connected to anything. In some cases, the 3rd pin isn't included at all. Right, that means that the computer will control the fan just over the positive and negative, and the speed signal doesn't do anything. But here it says yellow plus 24. Oh, that's why they're saying just pop the yellow. You want to pop out the yellow cable, split it off to its own header. You can plug that into the motherboard for... That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I might be confused. My extra fan has 3 wires. Right, which one does what? Why would you need to see the fan speed? That's just, I mean, he's not very clever. Well, you only need to know if your temperatures are good or not, right? And then you just turn it up if it's not good. Right, so now I'm understanding. But what this guy is saying is that it doesn't matter because the fan will spin anyway. He also says that paying attention to temps is more important. Wait, the extra is supposed to have no wires. The extra what? Do I just use the tachometer sensor wire, which is yellow, and rewire it to my extra 3-pin? Extra 3-pin? Split from the main one. Oh, right, this is how to connect multiple fans. So you split it off and... Right. How many watts is this? Technical information. Doesn't say. Google. If this will run at 1800 RPM, it's going to be a hell of a lot of airflow compared to the original one, which ran at like 1200 RPM but being much smaller. 0.72 watts. Right. So even if we just run it full speed, it's going to be fine. But I would love to see the max operating voltage. They don't say that. They just presume you'll run off a PC that gives you 12 volts. I guess their 24 volt fans would be a safer bet, as they'll just run slower. They probably have a lower minimum that they can run on. Let's go to Noctis and see if they... Oh. New... There we are. Products. Fans. Like an 80 mil 24 volts. Because then you would run it under volts, and that would work 100%. Over volt, 12 to 16 is a lot. Or basically 17, honestly. Could be a lot. So the 24 only has 120, and that would not fit. Though we could make the fan just go across the whole device. Like my original idea was to put it in the bottom of the case and have it blow air up through the case. And 120 would fit in this case even. Like if we shut her up. Oh, it's like exactly 120. But with the hinges and stuff, it would be probably very hard to mount the 120. Probably very hard. I guess there's only hinges at the sides, so yeah, could absolutely maybe do it with this one even. Yeah, right. So if we figure out how well a 120 would work, another way would be to change how these are mounted. Right. Like, I could flip the insides around so the batteries are... Whoa. If you flip it around so the batteries are on this side and then move the computer to this side, the batteries can lay in the bottom and the computer could sit up high, and the fan could blow, like it could be on the whole side here, blowing into the case, exhausting outwards. It would be very unprecise, as it would just throw air in the general direction. Not sure how well that would work. Right. Cheers! Oh! I don't have anything. Be right back! Haha! Cheers, Snanner. And Royal in spirit. Oh. Or maybe he was listening. Can we do this? Can we move it? Okay. A 120 fan. Then picklebacks. Yeah, that's good. It's good. I like it. So we were looking at fans. Hi, Jimmy. Jimabe. Oh, Jim Maybe. Sorry. Jim Maybe. Love it. Since we are going to feed it with like 24 volts, pretty much 16.8, we're probably going to have to go for a 24 volt fan, but the 24 volt is 1.868 volts. That's more. That's a lot. It's more than I want it to be. So how picky do we think fans are with voltage? Will a 12 volt fan run on 16.8 volts? For a while, you know? For a while. If we look for fans that isn't made for PCs, I don't know if they sell stuff like that. I mean, I guess we can use a USB fan, honestly, just power it off a USB port. Oh, they're way too big, and they would, no. These are 12 volts. Maybe they specify their accepted voltage range. The computer fans I found didn't do that. This is a 230 volt, that's a little excessive. Is it strong to play new games? It doesn't, the GPU, no. It's a Mac Mini with an M1 CPU. So you can edit 4K video and do pretty much anything that isn't GPU related. But since it's a Mac, it only runs, I don't know, Tomb Raider? Fortnite? $79 grams? Wow, so much. If we Google them, 24 fan. Well, let's do a Swedish site just so we can order it in case they don't sell it in stores. Around here, right? Just like to check what a 24 volt fan would. 18 volts. Watts. It's like more than my whole system. The airflow, yeah, 300. This thing is, yeah, loud. 52. It's like a hairdryer. Yeah, that's the next issue. Finding one that is low powered enough. Like this is a 50 mil fan. That is pretty nice though, a 50 mil fan. 0.1 at 24 volts is 2.4 watts. A lot. It would give me, as a CFM, not liter per hour. Oh, they have more. So 70 mil would be absolutely epic, because that's how long the cooler is. It's the same watts. It's the same watts. Let's see if we can Google. It's a little bit annoying having it in my way. So I think we won't be doing much with it right now. Meaning we can close the bag up. So if you're new, my name is Johannes. I am a tech guy for a streamer named Siri here on Twitch. And this is our latest version of an IRL rig. This thing is wireless. Right now it's plugged in with an HDMI cable and a cable for my mouse, keyboard, mouse is Bluetooth. It has 8 hours and 30 minutes of battery life. It has 2 capture cards, one wireless for the camera, so this camera here is wireless, and a second capture card for a gaming PC, a Steam Deck, a PlayStation 5, whatever you want to put into it. And since it's wireless, if you have a Steam Deck, you could be sitting on a bus streaming, you're playing Steam Deck with a wireless face cam. That's pretty neat. It has 2 modems. One of them is not in it right now because I am doing some servicing. But yeah, it has 2 4G modems and a wireless HDMI capture card transmitting system. Yes. And you could do anything on the PC with it. Like you could open up Photoshop and edit photos and edit 4K video in DaVinci Resolve, whatever you want to do. That a PC could do. Except gaming. It's not particularly good at gaming. And that's partially because there aren't games made for Mac. And partially because it doesn't have that high of a GPU score. I'm actually curious, now that we speak about it, to what's its Furmark. Is the Furmark a GPU test? I'm not sure. There we go. Now we can use the computer. Oh, shall we put on some tunes? Connected. Let's see, we don't need this. It's so weird, like whenever you're disconnecting a Bluetooth device on Spotify, like, no. No. That's a bit... I mean, it's Spotify doesn't like it, but the computer doesn't care. Spotify man, it doesn't like it. Let's see how the routing is. I don't remember if I put it so it outputs it to the internal speakers as well. Yeah, Spotify goes into channel and then out to Mac Mini speakers. Let's turn that off. Speakers outputs. Yeah, that's good. Otherwise, it would play inside of the Mac Mini, which is just unnecessary. If it's playing on the wired headphones, that's fine. And the AirPods that I'm having in my ears, it's good. That's how it's supposed to be. But Spotify, like, what's up? Why are you doing me like this? If I restart it twice, now it just doesn't hold. I mean, why would you work? That would be asking too much, wouldn't it? Output, no device found. Don't see your device. Forbidden. Did the internet die? No, we have internet. Playing on this computer, but it doesn't see a device. That's interesting. So what if I just select the speaker and then AirPods again? You see, this still doesn't see a device. Very. I have it on high. What? Let's quit it again. Third restart. Maybe now on the third restart. Nana, if you're still listening to my struggles, pickles. Just such an unexpected combo. Oh, it just says no other device found. Still doesn't work. What if I disconnect the AirPods and then connect them again and press, huh? I can press play and pause. Play, it wants not. What if I look at the album art? Play, it wants not. Luckily we can just listen to music in nature or something. That sucks. That sucks. It sucks because it would be so convenient if it didn't suck. Woo! Let's see. PC fan voltage rates. You can run away. So what I'm reading here is like people are doing this, just shoving 24 volts into their fans and 17 volts, which is sort of what I want to do. Right. Right. So these things probably still need, there we go, like a manual knob. Knock to a fan controller. So this could do any 4-pin fan. Because the thing is, I'm probably not going to need it to run at full speed. And pulse width modulation is super mega power efficient compared to a DC regulated fan. Pin out ground, 12 volt sense and control. The sense pin is used to relay the rotational speed of the fan, and the controller pin is an open drain or open collector output, which requires to pull up to 5 volts or 3.3 volts in the fan. Unlike linear voltage regulation, where the fan voltage is proportional to the speed, the fan is driven with a constant supply voltage, and the speed control is performed by the fan based on the control signal. Control signal is a square wave operating at 25 kHz with a duty cycle determining the fan speed, like the up, down, up, down, up, down of the square wave, how long time it is between those up and downs, or how long time it's on the on cycle. The duty cycle determining the fan speed. 25 kHz is used to raise the sound of the signal above the range of human hearing. Using a lower frequency can produce an audible hum or whine. Typically, a fan can be driven at about 30% to 100% of the rated fan speed, using a signal up to 100% duty cycle. The exact speed behavior at low control levels, linear off until a threshold value, or minimum speed until a threshold, is manufacturer dependent. Many bud feature software. Right. Fan speed controllers. So, I actually have a potentiometer right here for pulse width modulation. It's just probably just a variable resistor or something. I actually don't know, but I have one of those because we have an EC fan for ventilation purposes. What's it called? EC120. Oh. All right. What's the brand? Systemair. it's at 125. Right. So this is the thing. And you connect it between 2, 3, and 4, which is ground, PWM, and a source for the PWM. So this fan might work differently from a computer fan. Because what this one does, it gives you 10 volts, and then you regulate how much of that 10 volts goes to the fan for the duty cycle. And I'm feeling like that is different from how the computer fans does PWM, because what they write in this article, the sense pin, it has 4 pins. Pin out is ground, 12 volts, sense, and control. No, wait, the sense pins is used to relay the speed rotation of the fan, and the control pin is an open drain or open collector output. And an open drain is drained to ground, right? Open collector is functionally the same as an open drain. An open collector refers to a current sink on a BJT transistor output, whilst an open drain refers to a current sink on a FET output. So here comes the volts through a resistor to the output, and inside of it, that didn't really tell me what I wanted. Where's the open drain? Oh, the R is the pull up resistor. I mean, we could just try. A computer fan isn't very expensive, so either works or it doesn't. Because it would be very nice to be able to control the fan speed depending on, like, manual would work. Honestly, it would. I'd be fine with manual. So yeah, in the middle one, we would get the output. Be right back. I wish I could bring you back in because of the battery being out. Right, this thing only runs one fan. I was just gonna steal one, but it's only running this thing here. This is, we're not using this one. This is, we used it as a media PC for a while. I guess I could steal a GPU fan. How big is that? That is 80mm. And these are 120. But yeah, that is an 80mm fan. I don't remember. I have a fan inside of the PSU. That's not a stock fan. At least I don't think it is. Remember? So what I did was, when I did this into a media PC, I replaced all of the fans for Noctuas. I might have put back a not Noctua when I removed it from being a media PC and put in something cheaper. So we'll see. This is definitely not a Noctua fan. It's a 2-pin. What are we listening to? Hi, Kuhn. Let's not listen to that. How you doing, Kuhn? So that's a 2-pin fan. It would be... Wait, how big is it? It looks like a 120 fan. It is a 120 here. Hi, Wheelie. Have you lurked for a long time, or did you just stop by? Like, have you seen my struggles all night? There's been some struggles, man. So next, we'll try the crazy thought of stealing a GPU fan. No, I meant wheelie. Right, you've been lurking? Buddy. That's fine. Take care, wheelie. Next time. Until next time. Let's see if we can get this GPU up. Haha! Why does computers have to be so heavy? I mean, this feels... When this computer is more powerful than that thing, it weighs 3 kilos. The GPU is bigger than the whole computer. It's so lovely where we're going with computers, man. This is dusty. Okay. What do I need to remove to free this up? These are 4 pins. 4-pin fans, that's good. But they might be plugged in together, both of them at the same time. It's unfortunate, but we can either split them Or, because I don't see two fan headers. I don't see one fan header. Right. So how do we get him out? Maybe with a screwdriver. Maybe. And you wouldn't need a shroud to be removed for the fan to come out, but for the cable. I just realized now that I could remove the stock cooler and put like a tower cooler on it. Could be a little wild. What have you been up to, Kron? Today? Friday? Week is over. It feels like this week just flew by. I don't know how you feel, but I feel now. Ooh, his clock's from farm out. Man, I'm gonna do a watch party with that. Did it drop the whole show? Or just one episode? The whole season is what I'm asking. Okay. Did that give us the shroud? That did not give us the shroud. It didn't do anything. You would... Oh no, because it's connected on the bottom as well. And those screws you can't get at. Okay, then. Ooh. Screws on the floor. Okay. Let's undo this fan cable. Maybe if I just jank the cable. Surely nothing bad can happen, right? Have they glued it in? Are you shitting me? Are there lock pins or something? Are you shitting me? It's like they made it not to come out. There we go. $2K trees? Have you tried the new Serion chipper? So I don't do mods at all, Kieran. Like I don't, except for the mod button, they don't have a chipper there, what I know. It looks sick. So yeah, the issue I have now is that the fan shroud has another 4 screws on the underside, so you need to take it off the GPU in order to do it. Hi, Falsey. Dude, I used to play Dota, yeah. But that's years ago. What are you doing? Must have been a day or two. So the fans are loose, but me getting the cable out is just not happening without... No, we need to take it off. And then that means the 4 screws maybe? Yeah, that might be it. We'll try. Yeah, that sounds like me. What was your in-game name? I actually have never taken off the cooler on a GPU. This is the first. This screw had a warranty voided if removed. Dude, that's easy. I'm not gonna blow on it, because that will make it dirty. I did. Yeah. We got a house last year. Why is there so much Swedish music on this playlist? Maybe I'm listening to a playlist with Swedish music. Maybe that's why. Has Spotify started working? Let's restart it. Maybe, you know? No. Still broken. I'm telling you, I've been wanting to cancel the Spotify subscription lately. Let's try this one. Probably gonna work. Right, so now we have the last 4 screws available to us. They are the same. They look longer. Yeah, these are longer. I mean, I don't really have to put this back. It's kind of nice being able to put it back, you know? This thermal paste looks really crusty. I wonder if I put this on, if I would need a fan at all. You know? Could I? Because I mean, this is made for 400 watts or something. No, it's not that powerful. Maybe 200 watts. Just like, let's play with the idea, right? Man, it's dirty. No, it's really dirty. So this is the heatsink on the M1 Mac Mini. It's 45 by 70. But we could put this on instead. Have it passively cooled. I bet it would work. But it wouldn't fit in the box. It's just like an inch too wide. Guess I could chop the fins off without killing the pipe. Yeah, it would literally fit. That is a fun idea. Mounting it would be difficult, to say the least. Oh, that's awesome. The fans are separatable. Oh, it's so dusty. We would run into the same problem as before. How the fuck do I mount such a thing? But that's beside the point right now. What we want to know right now is, can we control this? So, if we go back to Google and check the pin out. Oh, what we can expect from a PWM. Right. Ground, power, sense, and control. That's not what we want. I don't have a black, but I guess we can reference the pin out, because this looks similar, but it's not the same. Ground is on the same spot. Don't specify on it? No. So if ground is the same, blue is the same, and then instead of plus 12, which is red in this picture, I have yellow and green. Oh, here we have one that has the same color scheme on the picture. And then it is ground, 12 volts, TAC, and PWM. So that's the same. And the color is the same. It's safe to assume that it would work. We tweak the fan mate speed controller to accommodate 4-pin PWM fans and rig it with a hard switch that facilitates change between full speed and the default speed mode of the PWM fan by bridging the 12 volt and the PWM signal. When tweaked, the fan mate 1 is set to full speed on, as a benefit allowing us to dial in the fan speed manually by varying the voltage to the fan as one normally would on the device, 6 to 11.5 volts. Some PWM fan will vary in speed accordingly to the voltage change. Others not as much. Largely depends on whether the PWM fan default minimum speed or not. Right, so if I understand correctly, what they have done is, if they just give it power and ground, it will spin on half speed. But if you also give it power to the blue wire, it goes faster. This is going to be super difficult to do in practice without snipping the wires, which I guess is just a matter of soldering it again. I really don't like to solder. So on this fan, the other side of it, it has pins. And I wonder if I could feed it. We could give it 9 volts. Let's just see if it spins by that. How we're gonna hold this. We'll just hang it from the cable. It's gonna be fine. So it's those two. Oh man. I guess I could put it here for the ground. Why does it look different here? Oh, that fucking sucks. The color should be the same, right? It's the... Ooh. Ground? This isn't the jankiest thing I've ever done. Chat. We've done weirder things. And then right. So where would the positive be? It would be this way. So it's the second pin from the right. Right. We need a better source, because this is so low on battery that I don't think it has enough oomph. Where's the silver? So this is a 12 volt battery, so we should be able to get it spinning. And then we need a barrel to power cable, female preferably. We could use that one, but I do think we have split cables. Yeah, here. There we have one. Maybe a little short, but that'll do. It'll do for poking. What's this? Oh, that's the female. It's probably fine. It'll do. Whoop! 12 volt, here we go. Oop. Let's measure which is positive. That is the wrong way. So then that is positive and that is negative. Yes. Should I mark it a bit? I mean, that would be easy, right? Whoop! It's fine, just I don't want to short the battery and I'm just like letting it fly around. Full count. You didn't see anything of what I was doing, that's fine. Why would I know what I'm doing and like show you guys the useful stuff? Is this small enough to get in here? I mean, actually, yes. It's just so close together that I'm afraid of shortening it. this is like doing surgery with a human being. Not that I've ever done that. What do I know? Hopefully we'll get no sparks flying. Nothing. Control nothing. Right. Next step. So this thing might require a PWM signal. And attack is the return. That shouldn't matter. Maybe I can pull out the pins from it instead of fucking him out. Oh, they have like a little ledge. Maybe I can poke it in. Get the pins on. Oh, that's so much dust. Oh. I really should do this outside, but hey, if I do it inside, I don't have to do it outside. Good argument, right? Right. Maybe if I bend that little... This is tricky. Haha! 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 Right. Now, if we measure from continuity from what we believe to be ground to the output of the tachometer, it's not beeping, is it? Or we're getting quite a lot of resistance. But only to the tach. And if we go PWM to 12 volts, we have no connection. 12 volt to tach, no connection. 12 to ground. We're seeing some resistance. That's interesting. So, if we take... Now we have a little bit better connection to make. Let's try it again. See if this fan has any like default setting. Like what happens if it doesn't have any PWM signal. Haha! It spins. Haha. Can we measure the amps? Right, so how many amps are we expecting? 0.1 amp DC. So we should probably put it on the 10 amp setting. And then we should move that one to here. I don't know. This might not work. Worth trying, though. So what do we have here? We have the positive. Shit. This just became a little bit more tricky. Trying to do this one-handed. And then we have the output, so we want positive here. Wish I had it. Dude, why are humans made with just 2 hands? Why couldn't we be created with 3 hands? Like, it would be so convenient. That does not work. Is it because the connection isn't good enough? No, wait, yes, that's what I want to do. Might have it in the wrong way, so we might need to do that way. Feels like I got a little twitch, so maybe we don't get good enough of a connection. No action. Well, whatever. This is a tiny fan, 0.25 amps. And the question is then, what happens if you bridge? Because that's what they did, right? We might burn things, but we have a second one. That's fine. If we take and just power it again, and we listen. Let's pause the music because we need to hear it. Alright, so no music. And then we listen to this. That's a lot of air. And then we bridge these two together and give it power. Sounds about the same. And for us to try that, we just remove the tack. Yeah, same, right? So they said in the review of fans, they said that not all of them has a no PWM setting that's lower than full speed. So this at 12 volts would be, it's 0.25 amps times 12. I'm way too tired to do that math, even though it's super simple. See, I even tried to divide instead of multiply. That's 3 watts. And that's a lot. Like a lot. Alright. For this little thing, 3 volts. That doesn't make sense. Is it because it's so slim, or does it actually blow that much? Now I really want to take the PC fan out, the case fan. How's it secured? With a clip. 2 clips, I guess. There's one on the inside and one on the side. Look at that, a cable. Oh, it's also a PWM fan. Right. This thing does not specify the amperage. Well, that sucks. Anyhow, this gives us the chance to imagine a 120 fan in here. That would close 100%. And let's see, just these are plastic prongs. So the computer I have in front of me is this. This is the computer I'm streaming from. So this is feeding the monitor, this is feeding the stream, and it's live running. So I'm a bit cautious when I shove things in here. So that would blow, for sure. It would not have a lot of space in front of it, since when the batteries come shut, it's going to be sort of tight. Then the question is, how much power does this draw? And it doesn't specify it on the sticker. But the fans I saw on the interwebs from Noctua, is it the industrial fan? But if we go back to the 12 volts, that's the 120, 12 volts, and it's PWM. They do. This is a 1600 RPM. So let's do the 1500 RPM just for comparison. Specifications. Their fans run at 0.6 watts, 0.005 amps. Nothing. 0.6 watts. 0.6 watts I'll take any day. But what they're trying to say here is that this fan uses 3 watts. Insane. Absolutely insane. And unacceptable in every way imaginable. Right. Why? That whole computer, now it runs without a fan, uses 6 volts. 6 watts. So 2 of these is the same as that entire computer. I mean, even the Noctua fans is like a significant increase in power draw. Just doing a bit of reach on there. Ah. Okay, so this is my current gaming computer. Let's see. Full cam. And the one on the floor is our old media PC, which we no longer use. Someone has tightened these screws like they're angry. It's the wrong screwdriver. It's a flathead. Aha! Now what kind of fans do we have in this thing? Why are computers so heavy? These look big. Yeah, they're 140. So if a 120 doesn't work, I mean barely works, we're not gonna shove a 140 in there. We're just not gonna do it. What's this? Yeah, it's also a 140. Yep, not doing that. What a shame. More thumbs would also be nice, yeah. That would be convenient. Imagine having an extra thumb. Because, I mean, you do have the finger dexterity. For sure. I guess, I mean, with that argument, if you practice enough, you'll be able to hold things very well between your pinky and index finger. The reason I can't is that I don't do that. But you would get so good. This is 0.113. These are NF14, NF-A14 PWM fans. And that is something else. That's like a sort of the same. It's got a bit rounded edges. I don't know why it does. Yeah. So that doesn't work. Just realized the thing. The front audio port on this computer didn't work, and I was like, why the fuck doesn't it work? It's an 8-pin connector, and I had plugged it in on only the top row, so it was only 4 out of 8 pins connected. I'm like, well, maybe that would do it. Maybe that makes it not work. It's been like that since this computer was new, 6 years ago or something. No, it's older than 6 years. It's 7 years? 8 years? Long time ago. That's kind of embarrassing. Dude, that pin is... The plug is so tight to get on. It's like... Now it's on correctly at least. I'll admit it. I didn't have to tell you guys that. There's a capture card in the way as well, so it's like almost impossible to get in there. Stay. Dude, now
Thanks for the follow.
It's gonna work. Thanks for the follow. Who's that? Is that you? Yeah, Vincent, I've gone down a rabbit hole. I'm lost. Send help, please. So now I'm modifying PWM fans, trying to find the perfect one to solve my issues. But all of this computer's case fans are 140mm, and that's too big. And the 120mm fan I have doesn't specify its voltage. And therefore, I don't know how many watts it uses, and I don't know if I want to shove it into the system. I guess I could do a battery test and see how much it affects the battery life, but that would be too easy, wouldn't it? because I still need to find a way to mount it. So it's like the giant pain, and if the fan uses like 3 watts, like I took apart the GPU, this GPU here, to see if I could use the GPU fans. And then I read on the back that they use 0.25 amps, which is 3 watts at 12 volts. And even more, because I will be feeding them with 17 watts. Stick a multimeter in it. Yeah. Then I would, because I tried, couldn't make it work. How would you measure the amp draw with a multimeter? That is a Google I can do. Ooh. In serial? Right. When you say that, to me, it's like I would put it so the power goes through the meter, right? Right. Never in parallel. Right. I think we're gonna go for a video here. Not that I don't think you are describing it well enough. It's just, if I get to see it, I feel like it would be... That could be why it didn't work, honestly. Didn't think of that. Okay, slow down. We are first checking the fuses. Because that, I mean, that's what I did, I think. But if we have a bad fuse... Oh. Right. Ooh. These fuses are bad. What? Why? How do you get these out? Who designed this? Where's my spatula? That would explain it. Yeah, that is super not together. Not even a little bit. Well, that's a positive. Means this is the screwdriver. Yeah, just sign it. That's broken. And that's broken. Yeah. So, do I happen to have any of these? Dude, that's like, it's like the question of a lifetime. Just want to make sure they specify the 250 volt, 10 amps. That's quite beefy. And this is 0.2 amps. So now that I don't have that, just presuming. I have a bunch of fun things, but I don't think I have that. If I set this to max 10 amp DC, and then that means I should switch that over to the 10 amp fuse. And I see the 10 amp fuse is supposed to be there. If I just shove like a metal thing bridging the two connectors, it will work and give me a number. Because we're talking like point something amps, like nothing. It won't. You'll be fine. Like if we just happen to have a Allen wrench that goes in this hole. Shove it in there. Who cares about a fuse? Who cares about a fuse? And then we can do it with the shitty fan for an experiment. Just before we move on, because this is so fun. That's the ground, and we marked which is positive and which is ground on the battery. Oh my god, this is so janky. This could be one of my least good ideas. And then I presume we take the negative lead from the source, because that just makes more sense to me. Negative lead, I said. Positive. Haha! We're doing it the wrong way according to the meter. It's 0.14. Dude, I need to get some fuses. It's going to be very useful. 0.15. And if we bridge the control, so we get that in the mix, will it draw the same amount of current? Or will it draw more? Same amount of current. So either it's not accepting the pulse width modulation signal, or it's something else. Because this at 1.4 would be watt and a half? Still a lot. Let's test the big fan. Which we'd still need to mount, which would be a pain. A pain we would overcome by persistence. Oh shit, this thing does not have pins, I think, that I could get out as easily. Very slim flathead screwdriver. Thank you, Vincent, for encouraging me to do stupid things. We made it work. We didn't we? I did lose my fuse. It fell on the floor. I'm trying to, instead of cutting it, because I might not want to use this fan. Yeah, there we go. I just pull out the pins out of the socket. And then we have ground, positive, the other shits we don't care about. I need to find my Allen key. So instead of using a power supply for this, like a bench power supply. Dude, I would love a bench power supply. I feel like it would be so useful. So yeah, instead of doing that, we are shoving an Allen wrench in here. So we could... You guys won't see this anyway, most likely, so I'll just look at it and tell you the number. because it's a lot trying to keep this afloat, this shit show. So let's see how this behaves. Negative to negative. And through the meter, let's do it the other way this time so we get the right number. We're doing 0.6. So the same. And if we bring the blue into the mix, still 0.6. Actually 0.7. Could be a coincidence. It's running 0.7, take off the blue. Alright, no change. I mean, this is drawing equal amount of power, but blowing like a mother trucker. Still a lot. 0.6. You know, that's let's do some math. So at 0.6. At 0.6. 1.6, sorry. So we're running 12 volts times 1.6. That would be 1.9 volts. We want to do 0.16. That'd be 2 watts. So 2 watts. It's like an increase of, yes, it's like 2%, 10%. I mean, the whole system right now runs on 30 watts. So to put this in would put it 32. Let's do math. We made 8.5 hours, right? So we have 196 watt hours, and we divide that by 8.5 hours. That means we're running at 23 watts total power, averaged out over time. That's a very interesting metric to get, actually. 23, so it would be almost 10% extra to add the fan. Well, we kind of need it. Like, it's not an option, but there must surely be a middle ground of a fan that is weaker. So another thing we could try once we have the stuff out is, can we load it up with more voltage than that? Can we give it the full beats? So how do we test that? We can take this cable here. The snipper is here somewhere. There we go. Now we have a positive and a negative lead out of a D-tap. So we'll pull the charger. That is 16.8 volts. The computer runs now off batteries. And we plug it in to the splitter, giving us 16.8 volts out. I guess we can measure that to confirm with this Allen key equipped device. So we put it to volts. We don't need the Allen key fuse for this, as it's only required to measure amperage. We'll put it in there. Do you see that? Yes, you see that. And we should be getting... Shit, that's 18 volts. It's unloaded though. That's worst case scenario. So if the PC is off and the fan is running, it will be 18 volts. When you put any load on it, it's 16.8 volts. But we need to test it under these circumstances. And the fan might burn, or it doesn't. So step one is to see, does the fan explode before we even measure the... Alright, so... Turn it around. It's gonna spin so violently. It actually wasn't much more violently. Why not? Is it burning up? I mean, honestly, I wouldn't say it's impossible that it has an internal voltage regulator. I wouldn't say that's impossible. I mean, I don't think so, but it's not impossible. Let's power it with a 12 volt and see. Oh, but it does spin much faster. Yeah, the airflow is significantly higher. Right, it's not just me being... So I don't like feel a lot more air coming, but it sounds more, and well, now it's super fast on 12 volts. It's even slower, I think, on the... What's up with that? Maybe just a poor connection. What's going on here? That's like super fast. Was it because of those touching? Wow. So when the tachometer and the sense wire touch, the fan is much slower. Now we're gonna have to do some even trickier thing. Let's see, that's the same for the 12 volt, right? Just to me, why wouldn't it? Barely spins. Spins fast. Barely spins. Spins fast. So let's see if we also get a lower... That's an RPM fan, and I think it's a PWM fan, yeah. It spins like crazy when you give it 16 volts. It really liked it. 18 volts even. Let's put the charger back in here. Then we have to measure the amperage. We'll do it through the 12 volt just because it feels safer. And then I need to get the lead moved over. Settings changed. And then I need my fuse. I dropped my fuse. There we go. Here we have my fuse. Plug it in. It doesn't seat very well, so it falls out quite easily. I guess you could use the fuse as a stand. Haha! And then when I say fuse, it's an Allen key. It's just the most convenient thing I could find to just shove in there that is conductive. because who needs a fuse? Right, so that didn't work. That didn't. We don't see it. Now we see it. Power. And let's first measure it. Ground. Let's first measure it with them separated. That is 0.16. And then we touch the tack, the sense and the whatever together. Haha! When they are shorted out, look at that. 0.03. And then we let go. Oh, they're so close, they're touching even if I don't touch them. We're up to full speed, presumably, at 2 watts, which is pretty, it seems pretty reasonable to do 2 watts for a 12 volts fan. And then we touch them. And that's the lowest speed, presumably, at 0.3 of an amp. Now, that is measuring it on a 12 volt system. Let's unplug the 12 volt just for fun. How much is that? What is 0.03 times 12 volts? I'm just expecting you guys to be my voice assistant. I'm so polite. You know, just living that streamer life. Just making chat do math. My god. 0.36 of a watt. That is... Thank you, Vincent. That is nothing. Sure, it doesn't make a lot of wind, if you know what I mean. Hi, Snowcast. And good night. Okay. Negative to negative. And positive to... Oh shit, this is no good. This is no good. No bueno. I guess I can hold this with my hand.
Thanks for the follow.
Oh shit! Oh shit, that was scary. My alerts are way too loud. Man. So that is 0.25 of an amp. That makes sense because it's a lot of wind. And through... Oh, I dropped it. Now I would really need that third thumb to hold them together. And then touch the ground. And touch it. And if we slow it down, we get 0.5. So that's full power. And that is full power of the fully charged battery. Or actually a battery that is being charged. We will be pulling 0.5 amps through this fan. I just love the fact that I put the Allen key in the amp meter. Dude, that means I can measure the whole system's power draw as well. Didn't think about that. It's fantastic. Let's put the fuses back. The fuses are blown. This amp meter is older than me, I think. Let's see. Which is the 10 amp? That doesn't really matter because both of them are blown, so I can just shove them in there and then see. I could have some more glass fuses in the garage, honestly. Honestly, I could have replacements for these, but I'd have to check, and that's not really now. I don't have to put them in either, I just have to put on the lid so they don't go disappear on me. I mean, they can disappear. Hold on again. You know what I mean. It's not about them disappearing, it's about the lid disappearing. How are you doing, Das? So we're building an IRL streaming setup. An overkill IRL streaming setup. And we're running into some thermal issues. The CPU is like 60, 70 degrees, which is fine. But parts of the system is upwards of 100 degrees Celsius. And that's not sustainable. And I've been wanting to put a fan in there, but I also want to keep the power envelope as low as possible to maximize runtime. Let's do a bit of a montage here. We're going to clean it up by... Let's turn on the beats again. We need... There we go. And then we're going to close this for now. So this is the streaming PC that we're building, and we're going to now find a way to put the fan in there. Shoof. Because this uses upwards of 0.5 and 12, or actually it's going to be 17 watts times 0.5, so that's 0.85 of a watt at worst and 0.36 at best, so it's very acceptable power rating. So we'll do that, but before we do, let's clean a bit. But yeah, the goal is to shove it in there and make it spin. Close it for now. Step one would be to put the fan back on the heatsink. Everything is so dusty. Passively cooling it would be amazing, but 0.5 watt is acceptable. The total power envelope is 21 watts, so it'd be 21.5. It's like, it's okay. Let's see, it's supposed to be on that side, which means the power cord comes out that way. So the fan sits like that. Alright. And then we have these little thingies. So these fans use way too much power. I actually didn't test them. Plus they will be super difficult to mount. So I opted out of them. Right, I can attach them to these brackets before I do anything else. Was that... What screws was that? Hello? What screws was that? RPM is more important, yeah. So I think these four were the under screws. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 screws on the side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And they're painted black. That would make a lot of sense. Then it would be these screws. Did you say anything? Oh, it's the music too loud. The music is quite loud. That's better, I guess. Yeah, that's good. So this is the fan for the GPU. So I just did some tests with these fans to see power drawing and such. Found out that they were pulling a lot. Right, they were 6 of them, so that makes all the sense that this would be the right fan. Rest this way. And I guess we could put in the side screws to hold the cage in place. I don't, Valista. I don't. What is it? Could you explain? I have no idea. I guess we could put the fan in first. And, whoa. After the fan, right, that way. After the fan, we connect the 2 cables. Right, we have to also put the plug back. It makes it easier, doesn't it? Brain. They are the same, right? Presumably yes, but no. Blue up there, and it goes that way, so yes. It's the logical way. So we want it blue there. Oh, it went in. Yes. Like a charm. Blue, and then we have green, and then we have yellow, and black. All right. I'm not gonna lie, a 3D printer would be hella cool. But what I've understood is that you don't just want one. Once you get started, you gotta have them all. Oh man. And also I'd have to spend a lot of time doing 3D designs, or I mean, you don't have to. That's kind of the point to me. Right. Is it obvious which way this goes? Like, is there a way I could... Oh. Could know? Yes, on the die, on the... That is offset. Right, so... We want to go this way on the GPU. That makes the fan go in this way. So that means that it comes out would be that way. Let's see, where did that... How's the cable routed? Not to be in the way. Like so, maybe? Haha! And those the 4 slightly longer screws for that. Screw holes doesn't line up perfectly. How fun. Because like, why would it have good fit? It's only a GPU. Yeah, just pull and push and we'll find a way to connect it. This side was a little better. This side I can probably get in. Without completely cross-threading the screws. Yeah, that went in. But this thing is just awful. I sort of have to bend it to get it in. And that one has cross thread. Piece of shit. This thermal paste, it's dry. Honestly, the odds that this computer will be used to any capacity, if even at all. Vincent, don't say that. I'm actually out of rubbing alcohol. That's why we don't do it. That's why we just put it back and say that's later Johannes's problem. Wait, where did the holes go? There. Because I have thermal paste, but I don't have rubbing alcohol. And again, this is a spare computer, just like just in case. So we are. I just have to know that I better put in new thermal paste before using it heavily. I'll just pour some new paste on there. Should I do it? Fuck, Vincent, I love you. Thank you for making me do the right thing. Thought I had it upstairs, but it was just behind the door to this room. Oh man! So it wasn't even a. I didn't even have to go and get it. You know, it was just right next to me, which makes a lot of sense to be honest. Good spot to have it. Right. So here we have a fan controller. Maybe we can make it use even less power. Right, chassis screws, SATA cables. Thermal paste. Thermal paste. Thought I had some Noctua paste. Any paste is better than this shit. What's the expiry date? Doesn't have one. Doesn't have one. We used these this summer. That's very sticky. We used these last summer. Should we do an LP? Oh, that's so much. Oh, that's so much. That's gonna be awesome. A heart. Toothpaste is fine. I love that idea. It would smell good as well. When you're using the computer, it would smell glorious. There we go. First screw in. Let's do them diagonally to evenly spread the weight on the PCB. Just kidding. Really doesn't matter for this application. I know some CPU coolers have like a crazy tight pinch on the die, but these were not very tight. Johannes Tech Tips. Yeah. So I only own one 80mm fans, 100mm. I mean, all of them rest 120. All of the rest are 140mm. Never thought I would regret buying 140mm fans. Never thought I would regret that, because now it's like I could have had a Noctua fan in this, but it's 140. I'll fix that later. So I guess if we put the GPU back, we will know where it is. We have stolen the CPU fan, so we cannot run this PC right now. Anyway, but that I could replace with 140mm. Just don't want to. That's probably connected, right? Probably is good enough. Well, now I have toothpaste. I was going to say now I have thermal paste on my fingers. But I am really glad I did it. It's fully latched. This is the GPU, right? And the case side. So yeah, this doesn't have a fan right now, but the CPU power cable isn't even connected. I guess that's a good thing, honestly. Like, we probably should leave it like that. So no one starts it by mistake until we fixed it. But yeah, fixing it means taking a fan from somewhere else. I'd much rather get a Noctua fan for this. This is open air, so you can probably hear it. Like, I really think you could hear it. And the quieter it is, the happier I am. So I'd want the quietest fan I can get. So this little switch here is, I believe, a fan controller that takes SATA power and gives you... Isn't this a SATA power connector? Not sure. And gives you 3 outputs. But the controller itself is the interesting bit. Because if we can get the fan to spin even slower... Stock fractal isn't that bad. This is not fractal though. This is cryorig. But I have the stock fractal fans, but they're in a different case. That's an interesting idea. Aeon people. Because it's a glass case on that PC. I'm just gonna go and guess if we have any 120mm fans, or if they're all 140. Maybe I can. No, I don't need a measuring stick. Oh yeah, look at this, look at this, look at this. This computer is so heavy though. This is a serious gaming computer. Vincent, if you're still here, good night. Thank you for helping out with the multimeter earlier. This thing is heavy as fuck. And I will admit that I'm a little bit more hesitant to pull this PC apart than the others. Because this has a 3090 Ti and not a, I think it was like a GTX 790. The other thing I was pulling apart. I'm not fantastic skogshultingen, but I know some things. So this is perfect actually, because yes, the GPU barely fits. It actually rubs the fan sometimes, like depending on how it hangs, it rubs this fan. You can hear it. That is a 120mm fan. That's 140. I want to steal that 120 and move the 140, I mean, up a spot. Yeah, that's a very good idea. They are screwed in from the front. So I guess I didn't need to open it. Well, I guess, yeah, I need to take out the fans. Right, so they need to be opened. I have too small of a desk to do that. I need to take out the air filter. So what are my skills? I'm a cameraman first. That's what I'm good at. I'm a cameraman. But I love tech solutions and gear in general. So I guess computers fall in under my interest, although not as much as I used to. I used to love building PCs. Now it's like, I'd rather not if I could avoid it. Right. Oh, I need a better screwdriver for this. These plastic, well, the screws are plastic, but they are screwed into plastic in the case. They're just awful. They're PH2, right? I think so. But with the right screwdriver, it was pretty easy. Wasn't so bad as I thought it would be. Let's leave that one in until I get this one out. And I can just move it up right away in case the cables are long enough and I don't need to even change the spot the fan is connected in. That would be easy. So the reason I'm taking this fan is the other fan, if I put it back in the case, that computer is usable. Squirrel cage fans are better for direction. They don't suffer getting stuff. What's a squirrel cage? Used in laptop. Oh, you mean a blower fan? They're called squirrel cage. Where's that fan connected? There's a GPU in the way I can't see. Is it that? Why is it so tight? Oh. Seems like it was that. But there's a GPU sort of prohibiting it from... No way, it could be zip tied. This was made by Jack and Taika. So if you black screen, what's your temps? Oh, you mean for my IRL backpack? Yeah, that would make sense, but I don't have one, and I want to fix this right now. So we try to make this work with what we got, because that means we can move on to other things to fix, and then because this is only version 7 or 8 or something like this. This is a version. This is not the final form. So when I run this for a while in the backpack, it's a song. It's just weird. We can listen to it. Yes, it's zip tied. What am I trying to say? Yes, the backpack. If it works well, technically speaking, I will try to miniaturize it even more, and then looking at a different fan would be a good idea. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Then a fresh install. Yeah. The whole computer. Just reinstall it. You know, it's no way of knowing what is the exact fault. And I know it would be fun just telling you, like, do that, it works. But I don't have a clue. I'm just telling you what I would do. Has it worked perfectly fine in the past? And did it start acting up recently? Because, yeah, it could be your hard drive shutting down. It could be the RAM being tired. Like, computers get worn, you know? So it's like, how old is it? And you could start throwing parts at it, but preferably, like, you would have donor parts. So, like, borrow a graphics card from someone else and try. If that resolves your problem, then it's your graphics card. Borrow RAMs from someone else. If they are... if it works with new RAMs, then your RAM is the issue. If you reinstall the entire computer and it works, well, there you have your problem. That's what I would do. What are specs on my current backpack? It's a M1 Mac Mini with a wireless capture card, a wired capture card, and 2 4G modems. So good that we're getting this done. I've been pushing off doing it. Right, I actually don't think we get it out without removing the GPU. Man. Ever consider an ITX motherboard or a NUC? Yeah, but they use the lowest power Intel CPU you can buy. The CPU itself uses 7 watts idling. And then at load, we're talking 20 watts plus, 25 watts at least. Streaming, yeah, maybe 30 watts. And the Mac uses 7. The Mac M1 Mac Mini is so power efficient that you won't believe it. Like, it's nothing. Yeah, hunting down tech issues, skogshuliganen, sucks. Absolutely sucks. So yeah, the fan was in place when I put the GPU in there, and I don't think I can get it out. Like maybe if I manage to bend the case, because the shroud sort of points inwards. Yeah, no, I won't. It's locked in there. It's in there. Can't get it out. Yeah, Mac Mini, but I have taken the Mac Mini out, and so I just have the PCB, the logic board of the Mac Mini. The logic board weighs 180 grams complete, 183 grams. So that means the whole Mac computer weighs less than a big iPhone. So the total weight, including batteries, 2 modems, the computer, the case weighs 700 grams. The wireless capture card and the wired capture card weighs 2.8 kilograms total weight for the whole streaming rig. And that has 8.5 hours of battery life on 2.8 kilos. Like, you could handle that. Like, it's nothing. And then the camera rig, which is wireless separate to that, you can run it wired if you want, but the wireless camera rig weighs another 1.5 kilos. So the total system weight of this backpack stream is nothing. And you can run dual camera. So like you can have one body cam and one wireless camera for someone else, or have 2 body cams, one of them being wireless. So you and a friend could use this rig, not this, ignore that. The Mac Mini is behind us. You can be 2 people having a wireless setup where you can sort of film each other, film separate things. So you can be like, oh, I want to show what person 2 is doing. I want to show what person 1 is doing. And the range of that wireless transmitter is 300 meters open air, line of sight, 300 meters, 1,000 feet. Quality being next to in this, this is wireless. This GoPro right now is wireless to the backpack. I could plug it in to the wired capture card. It wouldn't do a difference to the image quality. Like, negligible difference. Because it's doing H.265 at 12 megabit. So twice Twitch's speed, plus it's a more efficient codec. So it's awesome. So I'm gonna have to get the GPU out of there just to remove the fan. If Vincent was here, he would say, of course you have to. Let's do it. Since Vincent isn't here, I'm like, kind of want to just leave the fan. That's not why we came here. But I won't. Let's do it the right way. What am I even filming? Nothing. I'll turn it around a little bit. So this GPU is connected with 3 screws because it's a triple slot car. Let's give it a little bit of twirl. We can unplug the 12-pin power cable. And then, good luck. What version I'm on? Oh wow. 12 major rebuilds at least, maybe more. Like, it could be 30. A lot. No, it's like it's in the 30s. I've rebuilt this rig for 3 years. I've been streaming on Twitch for 6. And I did IRL after 3, I think, yeah. Yeah. I think the latch on the motherboard is like the dumbest thing ever. Can we get rid of it? Because it's like, how do you push that thing? This is, well, Swedish money, $2,000 GPU, so I don't want to break it. Oh. There we are. We're almost out. All right, now I know why. It's got the plugs for the display port and stuff. I'm like, why can't I pull it out? It released, but I was stuck on the plastic covers for the display port. Right. Let's get it out. Woo! We did it! Scratch the stickers a little bit. Still smells new. This card is... How long do we have? We got it in November, I think. So it's pretty new. Compared to the other shit we have. All of our other stuff is old. I mean, this computer is old. This computer is 5 years. Just with a 1,000-watt Seasonic power supply and a 3090 Ti thrown into it. Because that makes sense, right? Like, this cable will be long enough. That's awesome. And let's put in some screws to hold it. Actually, let's put in just one. Put the GPU in and then lower the fan and see where we want it. That'll hold. Nothing is overkill. I agree. Dude, we ran this on a 650 watt and it worked until we played Control on full graphics with ray tracing. Also Farming Simulator. It didn't work. But like when we just ran Minecraft at like max settings, it didn't complain. But when we ran Control with ray tracing and all of that, we got a bit of black screening. And then we're like, yeah, probably needs more than 650 watts. And then we were running it on silent mode as well. We didn't overclock it and we didn't run it in the gaming mode. So we pretty much ran it underclocked at 650 watts. But hey, it was worth the try. So when this was gifted by Serious Community on her subathon, and everyone was like, "Oh, put a PSU on the wish list. Put a PSU on the wish list. You only have a 650, that won't work." And we're like, "But what if it works?" Everyone was like, "Oh, it won't work. It won't work." And we're like, "But what if it works?" And it kind of worked. Unless you actually wanted to use the power you paid for in the GPU. Haha! We are connected again. It's weeble wobbling all over the place. Perfect, just like we wanted. 12 pin and we're good. Let's put these DisplayPort covers back. Should we? No, because I'll just run into the same issue again. I don't know why I put them back. I was like, we're never going to use these ports. You have an older Sandy Bridge PC. You would like to custom make a tiny case, as tiny case as possible. Hand it up on my wall like our. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm like, airflow is important, right? But cases are so big, and this is a fairly small case. I mean, the GPU barely fits in it, but it's still so big. Jack Jofa, series main mod, and our friend, he has like a 3-liter case, I think, or 5. Don't remember. Maybe 5-liter with a 3080 in it. Yes, the 3080. So the question now is, should I lower? Shall I lower this? Like, I could put it so far down that it blows a little more over the CPU, but I don't feel comfortable doing that. Like, we ran into rubbing issues with how we had it last, and I'm like, better safe than sorry, and put it up here. These screws weren't magnetic. What a disappointment. I like that the 3090 comes with an anti-sag bracket. It just tells you all you need to know. That the thing is just too heavy. Too heavy, man. Am I missing something? Wasn't that easy? Are we done? Not the front. I can close the side door still. I don't DAS, but there is a description and pictures on Series Discord. Yeah, but I haven't made videos. It changes too often. It would be like a full-time job just keeping up with it. It's like I do sometimes for the benefit of others and the brand, for the industry of IRL streaming. I would like to provide more input, but the reason I don't is honestly that everyone doing it just wants to save money, and if I recommend something to someone, it's so discouraging when they're like, yeah, but can you not do it this way cheaper? And I'll be like, no, because it sucks. I tried it and I hated it. It works, but it's not reliable. So there will come a moment where you want to throw that shit in a lake and and just get the good stuff. But they'd be like, oh, but what if I did this? Will that not work? And I'm like, you can try it and fail for yourself. And then they do, and they fail, and they give up. So I'm like, what's the point of that exercise? Sounds a bit bitter, right? But it's true. I have this streamer friend. She has like, last time I saw her, she had 9,000 concurrent viewers. And getting like 200 subs a day, you know. And she was upgrading her camera. And I told her, get this. This is what we use. It's awesome. It's affordable. It's $6,000. She's like, no, I think I'll get this. It's $2,500. And I'm like, what's worse? She's like, yeah, but it's cheaper. And then she gets it and like, the autofocus wasn't so good. It's like actually a little worse than my old camera. And I'm like, yeah, that's what $6,000 give you. Autofocus that is mind-boggling. You can't believe it. It's too fast. That's kind of discouraging. It's like, I just told her, buy this. And she's like, no. And then I spent about a day researching how I could prove it to her, how much she would like it. Buy cheap, buy twice, yeah. And she had the money. I don't know, I don't get it. You buy a camera for like 7 years or something. For serious music streams, we run 3 Sony A7S cameras. And one of them is my original that I bought when it was released 7 years ago. And it still works perfectly fine. And it's not broken. And I used it as a professional photographer for 3 years. 2 years. 2 years. And then it was a streaming camera for 6. And as a streaming camera, it's on for 8 hours a day. You know, it's like, it doesn't die. How do you kill it? You don't. And lenses never die. Unless you physically drop them and damage them. Like, they'll last you 10, 20 years. So, what happens with the newer cameras? Yeah, you get 4K, you get 8K, you get higher frame rates. With streaming, you need... Within 5 years, you might need 4K 60. That might happen within 4 or 5 years. The camera she bought cannot do 4K 60. Can do 4K 30 with a crop. So, and the focus is shit compared to the $6,000 camera. And the $6,000 camera does 4K at 120 FPS. So it's like, you're good for a future. This camera will last you at least 5 years. Probably 10. So it's like, it's $600 a year for a streamer. That is, what's that, $55 a month? No. Math? So if you divide it by 10 years, and it's 12 months a year, that's $50 a month. Don't get it. $50 of company money a month. Nothing. Mirrorless cameras overheating. Like, if you record 4K, yeah. We run, Sony A7S cameras exclusively. We ran the Sony A7S, the alpha cameras. They're APS-C. They're good, but the A7S is just, that's what you want. If you're serious about streaming, that's what you want. But yeah, it's $50 a month. we ran the Sony a7S III all day, 24/7 hours a day for 65 days during the subathon last September. So you streamed 24/7 for 65 days. It didn't overheat. But even the Sony a7S Mark I, you know, sometimes you forget to turn them off and you leave them on overnight. They don't get hot from streaming. If you're recording though, I can see it happening. I can see overheating happening. So this fan has the same specs. It's 0.18 amps. We just have to oh, this is a 3-pin fan. This is 3-pin. I mean, this is a 3-pin controller. So how do we find out which one of these are control? What a mess. So we might still use the other fan, and we can shove this into the old gaming computer as a CPU fan. This one actually has the pin out. 12 volt ground, 5 volts. So I don't need the plug. We just beep. Will I save this? In the maybe pile. But if anyone ever is interested in approaching me with questions about the rig, and if anyone actually want to build something like this, I'll be so happy to help. Absolutely. Absolutely help. But making videos about it, not for me. So this is 5 volts and ground. Let's see. I bet you we get a 5 volt out somewhere on the computer, but let's not bank on it. Shit, I just realized this way it won't switch. We'd have to measure the output. That's ground. We have to measure the output. Let's use this one just for convenience. So we have ground. We can actually twist these together. Don't have to mess around. And then we have 12 volts. Oh, no. I thought I plugged it 12 volt in to the negative. Does this have an off switch? No. Just doesn't want to go. Maybe it needs the 5 volt as well. 12 volts. Could also be this being poorly attached. Some Rasputin at what is it, 5 a.m.? No luck. So what do you think happens if we feed the 5 volts with power then? Nothing. Is this thing dead? Did I not plug it in? Oh. Perhaps that. It wasn't very well seated. Will it spin? No spin. Yes, spin. Oh, it's off. That's also off. And it's on. When it's spinning, can I go down? No. So the 2 lower might need the 5 volt connector. So let's just give it 12 volts on the 5. Because I mean, what could possibly happen, right? What can go wrong? Nothing. So on the full power it works for a little bit. Oh, there we go. It runs on full power. If I take it down, it doesn't run. And then I put it on the lowest. It actually runs. So I'm like, this is no circuitry, this is just a switch. How is it connected? And this one, we can unplug it for now. So we can actually look at the traces on this thing. Can I show you guys? No, you won't see this. I'm gonna take my little poker to trace the leads. So we have the ground goes to these pins, and the 5 volt doesn't look like it goes anywhere, but 12 volts goes to these 2 pins. Oh, it's a double layered PCB. So presumably all the pins that I can't see is the 5 volt pins. But that would... Interesting. Well, this is like taking 12 and 5 volts, putting it together. But I only have 12 volts. So this, I could use it as a switch, but I have nicer switches. And I'm gonna need a switch. Because I don't think, by default, it won't be turning off. So let's measure this one, by the way. Before we install whichever fan we install, let's measure it. And I guess maybe with this switch we could, I mean, it'll be a hell of a lot figuring out how to hook it up, but we could probably make this switch, oh, some fun with the camera. We could probably make this switch control that fan to go fast or slow. Or we just use 2 switches for that. Because I presume it will run fine on one, but say we put it in a backpack, an enclosed space. Yeah, this is the PCB just links pins up. It's done. So it combines the two inputs, which is 5 and 12 volts, and gives the fan, well, 5, 12, or 17, I'd presume. I guess we could... Oh, we don't have a 5 volt input, so we can't measure it. I guess... No, it's only 3 pin, right? But if you do 2 5 volts together, you can get 10 volts. Do we... take this fan or not? No, you can take the other one. We can put this in the old game computer. That's gonna be fine. Because it's much easier for us to control this speed. With this fan we have 2 settings, high and low, and it's very easy to control. Let's do it. Yeah, it's like, it could be a minus 5 volt rail. Could be. Because then you can run it at 12 volts, or you can run it at minus 12 minus 5. Or 7, yeah. That would make sense. Oh, nice. I can pull out some cable without ruining the sleeve. And then we have ground, power, control, and attack, which we don't need because we're just gonna... Whoop! Where are we gonna draw the power from? So what we could do is we could try it with running through the computer itself. The perk of that would be that it would presumably turn on and off with the computer. We can't really test that. What we can do is we can test making it happen. Hi torparen i Thailand. China. What time zone is in Thailand? Is it not super late? Early? I mean, early, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes so. Dude, I've actually seen your stream. I think it's fantastic and it's so inspiring what you do. Here we go. So this is the fan that is broken. That wasn't good for the job anyway. That I now could be using here instead. Right, I just need to find out which... This is what comes out of the computer. And one of these are full voltage from the battery. So 14, whatever, 15 volts. That would be the best, because then I could hook it up just straight here. And then hopefully it will turn on and off with the computer. Hopefully. But we don't know. Just hopefully. So I don't need to be long. I'll just do the shortest version of it. Because I have so much cable here that I think it's gonna be perfectly fine for whatever shit we can come up with. For our case. No matter if we make it long, wide, short, this cable is going to be long enough. It'd be so amazing if it would turn on and off with the computer. It'd be just great. Just great. Measure resistance between pins. Oh, that's interesting. I was just going to plug it in and measure against ground. That's an interesting theory. So between ground and positive, I would get a known value of resistance. If I don't know which one is ground and which one is... I feel like the fastest way would be to just plug the cable in and probe it out of the system itself. Music died. Haha! It is exposed. So we snip all of these cables off. And then we're only probably gonna need 2 of them. Snipped one of them off on the wrong side. So I need to restrip it. It's fine. Probably less than 20. Well, I know which pins are on the fan. That I know. That I know. It's whatever this little thing. This is the fan connector on the Mac Mini. And I was hoping that when I turn the PC off, this also stops feeding power. Hoping. But I don't know. And it's very difficult for me to try. But we're gonna try. Difficult, you ask? Because in here, the connector is there. I'm gonna... dude, my life is gonna be so easy if I just cut this zip tie. And then this can hang in its antennas, that's fine. Now I have heaps of space. Heaps of space. Because it's kind of like awkward getting it in and out. Spare USB cables, like 100. Many. What would you think I need that for? Where did it go? Put it somewhere? Or did I drop it? Side cutters. I probably won't need this screwdriver again. Right. No, but I don't need to test the fan. What I'm testing is the output from the PCB, from the logic board. I'm testing which one of these wires are 1 volt and which one of these are guessing 15 or so. So we're plugging this helicopter of destruction in. Like I'm trying to separate the wires as much as I can, so that when I measure, they won't touch each other. But it's very tight in there, and it's gonna be very, very safe. Very safe. Super safe. If the PC was turned off, I could... Ooh. That's not good. If the PC was off, I could make sure they're like laid out right and then turn it on. Haha! I have to be careful not to short it against anything though. Put it so you guys see what we have to look on. Ha! And we'll take the ground off the case itself. So we'll probe it down here. And then we'll start measuring. So that is ground. Or is my contact pad? Oh, no, I unplugged the cable. There's only supposed to be one ground in this loom. The cable came undone. Right, so something is up. Is the leads connected? Yes. Is this earth? Yes. Is this earth? No. Yes. Yes. Yes, maybe we want to mark it. So we have earth. $3.4 volts. Right, so either I'm struggling with the ground there, which is very possible, or we no longer get a 14 volts. So maybe that was needing to be commandeered. Oh wait, there we have it. So that's the full voltage, 16.3. It's almost full charge battery. That means it's taken me only 4 hours to charge it fully. That's insane. I expected 10. Right, so there we have power. That one is power. I should mark it. Let me check again so I remember correctly. Yes, that one is power. Oh, how do I mark it? I take some tape. Oh, we even have red tape. I can't let go of the receiver because then it can touch. It's aluminum, so it should be fine, but I don't want to risk it. A piece of tape. And we put it on the thing that is full power. And then we put it into continuity and test which one was the ground. I think the only one was ground. That one. And that one. Are they grounded to each other? Yeah. And let's measure voltage between all the different ones. So we go from ground to here, for example. No connection. And ground to there. Next to nothing. And there are 3.4 volts. Right. So that means that the 2 was, that was like 1 point something volts, was the feedback from the pulse width modulation. So those two are, I guess we can cut the ones we don't need to make it a bit easier to keep track of things. We don't need that one. Ooh, let's sanity check this. I know I just checked it, but it's late, okay? Ground and ground. Nothing. Well, that's actually... So it's 3 grounds. That's weird, because I was seeing voltage on them earlier, I could swear. I mean, voltage, it could be a... If it's a drain, right? If it's a drain to ground, shouldn't I see a voltage if a voltage is being sunk to ground? Does that make sense? Right, so that one then is that 3 volts? No, it's 0.3 volts, but weird, because it's the wrong way, huh? It says it's negative, but it's so faint, so it's 0.06, so it might be just that the meter sort of struggles. Measuring directional current flow. This is what I tell myself. But why would it be different between the different grounds? Why would this be like 0.1 and this be 0.3 and this be something else? This is true. So I'm trying to figure out where I'm gonna pull the ground from now that I hook it up. So these wires, like what could they possibly be connected to? It's not that one at least. because that one was a powered one. Right. Let's try and see if it runs. Let's go in the slow mode by putting those two together. That way we would just pull less current. As the small fan that is stock probably doesn't pull a lot. That feels safer. Ground and positive. So now we have to uncover the positive. Scary. That's the ground. Let's say. I'm gonna take off my headphones and pause the music so we can hear the fan properly. Oh man, it's a bit nerve-wracking because we're doing this on a live PC. It's running, handling the stream. Yellow is the positive, so we uncover the positive. That's sitting at a chilly 16 watts. Now I have to make a new tape because I didn't think of that. And we have 3 grounds that we don't want to poke anywhere on the PC. Positive, and we touch the ground. Fan spins. And we'll try this one. Fan spins. And we'll try this one. Fan spins. Is there any noticeable difference in speed? It's 1. 2. 3 does seem faster, which is really weird. Three makes a Right. So I got really scared there because the whole thing started making like a weird whiny sound, like. And I was like, something's on fire. But it was only the wireless transmitter going out of power. Right. But yeah, we need to check now that it's not running on its own power. It's 3 bars in 4 hours. That means fully charged in like 6. At least 6. Like, maybe less. That is much better than expected. I realized I just let go of this thing without remembering the fact that we got a 16 volt wire here. 16.05. Yeah, I forgot about that. So let's see if we can again test the 3 different ones and see if I get any noticeable difference in speed. That's the top one. It does like bursts of speed. I get that. It's the bottom middle one. There is a difference, you see? This one whines, like, has a little nasty sound to it. So number 1 and number 3, are they the same? I'll go to number 1. Yeah, number 1 and number 3 feels the same. So cut off number 3 and number 2. There we go. Now it's only number, well, I guess I have to mark them because one is ground and one is not ground. Y means the inductor is working too hard and drawing too much current. So that would mean that the voltage is lower? Right? So when I measure them without a load, they might say they get the same, but then when I actually put a load on it, the voltage drops, amp goes up. Right, interesting. But we have our winner. Let me just cut a bit of tape. Actually, I can pull it out on the motherboard. Ta-da! And then this is the positive. So just to cut up a small piece of red tape. And it's not any guarantee that this power output shuts off when the computer does. It's just probably how it works. It's like, why would it keep the fan power going when the computer turns off? That to me makes very little sense. I mean, technically it could. It's not. I would have seen crazier things. Like maybe it switches the fan off a different way. Again, I would be very surprised if this wouldn't do it. Which would be amazing, because that means we don't have to put a switch to turn it off. We could just let the computer handle the fan, even though it's a different fan. That means you can never forget to turn it on. There we go. Now we need a soldering iron. Awesome. And then this is going to be put on a switch. Do I have a switch? I have a switch. I have a switch. I have a switch for this. I have a switch for this. It is here. Aha! I'm reasonably happy for that. This is a on-off. When it's on, I guess we'll snip off this little diode here as well, which we won't need. We don't need a power indicator. So for this, on will be the low speed and off will be the high speed. So that will be wrong, I would maybe argue, but it's the way this will work. Because when you connect the two, you get the low speed. Yes, so on is the low and off is the high speed. It's gonna be awesome. Dude, I'm so glad I found that. Did I pack away the solder or is it somewhere on the desk? That's the question. It's supposed to hang there. It doesn't hang there. Right, and we're gonna have to make accommodation for the switch. So the switch, I want to mount it in the case. So I can toggle it depending on how hot it is. So the wire would have to be much longer. So it can be here, coming up here on the top, like here. Maybe in that spot. But these wires are long. That would mean I have to take off the sheathing probably. Because this is a little silly. Can we pull off the sheathing from this way? Yes. Probably. Yes. I'll save that sheathing. Fail. You never know when you're going to need some cable managing sheathing. So we'll split this cable in half. One half will go to the power input, and the other half will go to the switch. So that I can connect after the fact for sure. Like, we can run it. We can plug that wherever we want to put it. Because I'm not sure where I want to put it. This fan needs cleaning. And a way to mount. But that's... I'm so keen on testing it to see what it does for the temperatures. So we might just solder it in. No, let's make the hole. At least let's make the hole first. So I see no issue not putting it there. How wide is the switch? Is it wider than my drill? No. Oh, it's actually narrower. That's good. And let's put it. How long is the HDMI? Long. Just put it outside. so we get as little shavings as possible into the device, into the backpack. It's just plastic, so it's fine, but nice not getting it there. Let's actually drill the hole high. And then get it downwards. How long is it? Is it 2 drills and more? More than 2 drills. Right. Guess I have to do it that way. We're close on the height. The width needs quite a lot more. What a mess. Where's my vacuum? Almost there. Just a little in the top left corner. So it really doesn't matter which way I put it, because it's gonna like not make sense anyway. Still a little tight in the corners. Awesome. I can put on a soldering iron. I thought that would take longer, otherwise I would have preheated it. For sure. It's pretty quick. It's pretty quick. Where did I put it? This thing? And under the case itself? No? Yes, maybe? No. It's something taller. Yes, I am that kind of neighbor who starts drilling at 6 in the morning. Awesome. You gotta get it done, man. I just had to think. Oh man, that's the best idea ever. It's probably gonna be fine. We'll pay attention to it. So we're soldering the tack and the PWM to the switch. That way we can get 2 speeds out of this, a low and a high. And then to this little fan connector from the PCB, from the logic board of the computer, we'll solder the positive and the negative. It's a little tricky because the red is the negative. I guess I could mark that up as well, just to not fail, you know. Or just twist them together. How are you doing, young Lee? It's gonna be so good. Can't wait. I'll just twist them up. Is it hot? No. Not hot. Oh, then we wait. I guess now we can turn the music back on. Until something starts burning. Come on, Dua Lipa, show me what you got. Show me what you got. What am I even filming? Let's see if we can get a better camera angle for this. No. The thing is, normally this would be a wireless thing, but I can't charge the battery. I only have one charger, and I charge this, and then I can't charge that. This is a bit of an issue, that I can't charge them at the same time. Honestly, legitimately, a bit of an issue. But that, we'll figure it out. It's getting hot? Not yet. So what are you doing, chat? Up early? Late to go to bed? Can I get you down there? Yes, but how do I support you? Haha! A little bit more closer. I will try to move up the soldering iron so you can see it though. Aha! It's not hot yet. Where is it? He wants to. There we go. Haha! Right, so we have the old pin that I cut off in here. Let's try to remove it. We don't want no dead weight. There we go. Isn't that true for this one as well then? Let's reapply a little bit more solder. Now I'll call it good. Does this have two of them? How is it connecting now? Not very beautifully. Let's pull them apart. There we go. And then let's solder on the switch. This is going to be good fun. Let's get the solder out of there and onto there. Oh no. Oh no, that's hot. What did I expect? I mean, this is not a mouse pad, this is a work pad, so it's fine. It's not necessary to mess it up if I can avoid it. Looks beautiful. Okay. Switch. So it has some old gunk on it. Let's see if we can get that out first. I was like, did I just pull off the entire contact pad? But I didn't. No, we still have a contact pad. Got a bit weird though. It doesn't matter which is left, which is right, which is up, is down. It doesn't matter. It took forever to cool down. I failed. I moved too soon. I was impatient. Haha! Ooh, I will admit that this soldering job is 10 out of 10. Not. But it's good enough. It's good enough. let's wrap it before we test it. Actually, let's wrap it individually first. Then we get it in there. Oops. Will it work? Will it work? Will it work? Will it work? Let's see. On low speed. This switch feels really wonky now. Maybe I applied too much power to the switch with the heat gun. Might have ruined the switch. That sucks. If that's the case. Continuity. One to two. I mean, it works. It's just not as satisfying. Like the clickiness of it. I don't know. Either that was when I forced it in. I broke some mechanical part in it. Because I was too violent. Or it was when I soldered. No way of knowing. Doesn't matter. It is what it is. You can always get a new one. Let's see if we can plug in the power. Oh yeah.
Thanks for the follow.
Oh shit. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Oh, hi. Welcome, buddy. It blows. It was just the perfect timing. Oh man. That scared me. Let's see if the switch works for high and low speed. Oh yeah. Dude, that is blowing. But at low speed, it uses next to no power. This fan is so unbalanced. Alright, I was gonna blow it off. Because it's dusty. I can't turn it off now. I guess I could pull it out. Oop. Let's look away. We'll do this indoors. This means we have to clean this room. Oh. Not too bad. Give it a vacuum and then happy days, you know? So there's quite a lot of weeble wobble in the fan. And I don't know if that is because it was dirty or because the fan is absolutely shit. It is quite shit though, so that's fine. We'll work with it. That's what we had. How do we attach it? Let's straighten this up now. And we won't attach the HDMI receiver yet. We'll keep it as it is. So that so that we can have more space to put this in. Right, so I guess these plastic fins won't ruin things if I just put it in. Oh man, we can look at the temperatures and see it drop. It's gonna be so fun. There we go. So it would go something like this. And it's so big that it literally covers the entire PCB. That's just absolutely bonkers. Hey Siri, why did your site start working now? No thanks. So now she works. Okay. Okay. Hey Siri, set a 5-minute timer. Awesome. Dude, that's awesome. And if we had a HomeKit, we could from this streaming rig be like turning lights on and off, which is fucking insane. You can't do that when you stream with your mobile phone. But I guess you don't have to fiddle with stuff like this all night either, so I guess most would see that as a perk. Oh no. Oh no. I have a cable in the way. If we put it quite far forward, it will not be resting on any like important component. But if we put it further back, we get more space for buttons and stuff in the front. With buttons, I mean the button, just one button. And let's see, I need to have that much space, so I can't go too far one way. It needs to come more to the right. But it keeps getting stuck on the Wi-Fi antennas cable. So that's where that goes. And we can sort of push it all the way against it. You can probably strap it to the we have a point in the case that we can attach it to on the bottom. And now we can demo close it for the first time. This is going to be interesting. Does it even close? Can it go further in the bottom? And why doesn't it? No, it's leaning on that thing. Okay. Does it close though? Yes. It's tight, and it would be better, I think, if I removed some of the bottom bracket so that if I remove some of the bottom bracket or remove the bottom bracket entirely. Is it plastic? Yes. Let's still use the big nippix. So I think it was like this area in general. That was the issue. We might need to take more, but let's actually do the entire side. Just to be sure. But keep the sort of feet. Oh, now that I cut that, the feet won't stay. Whoopee. They'll be good as spacers. Yeah, maybe that's why the Siri came on. Hey Siri, turn off the timer. Oh, I hear an alarm. Hey Siri, stop the alarm. Hey Siri, can you make the clock timer be quiet? So how do I do that then? How do I just... Let's see. Oh, no. It was like options and stuff. Whatever. She's a bit cranky. She's like, you don't have any alarms. Yeah, but... What is it then? What do you call it? Something, isn't it? Just because you don't call it an alarm. And it's ringing. My Siri is much better. Let's see. Wait a second. So on this side, we can push it in all the way. And on the front, there we go. Dude, that's in so far. Let's close it up. You won't see this, but I'll show you when we're ready to close it. We're good. But that's pretty awesome. Let's see. Desktop. Temps. These are the current temps. So these are the ones we're putting this in for. They're 103 degrees Celsius. And a lot of them is like 70 plus. Will I be able to do this? Yes, I think. So hopefully there's no cable touching on the inside. If so, we will have liftoff. Just have to listen and see. Oh, this is so tricky. Oh, that's quiet. That is real quiet. Like, it's not absolutely silent, but it's real quiet. 94 degrees. Now I just feel heat oozing out of both sides of it. 91. 89. And this has been streaming for 8.5 plus 5. Hours. Fanless. It's been crying fanless for all this time. Look at the temps. What are we? Like CPU temp? 50 degrees now? The GPU is at 30. 39, 50 on the highest temp on the GPU. Thunderbolts are down from an average of 62 to 51. New minimum 50. And like these, the power management from 50, 60 to 40, 50. Like it's quick to drop, real quick. And the TP9X. No wait, TP. Which one was it? 113, 114. This is the highest in the computer. It's now down to 68 degrees from 100. This might be worth. What did we find out? It was 0.5. Is calculator 0.05. Oh, it ran out of power. Hey Siri, what is 0.05 times 12? Yeah, so 0.6 watts. Hey Siri, what is 0.5? No, scrap that. Yes. What is... Hey Siri, what is 0.05 times 16.8? So it's at max 0.9 watts, and at lowest it's, or was it 0.5, 0.6, something? So it's less than a watt, about half a watt, and now the temps are 60 degrees. It doesn't seem to go lower, at least not fast, but this is fantastic. It used to be 72 average, now at 40. Most of these, I mean, this is better cooling than the original computer. 37, 30, 36, 35. That's really good. I don't think we can reset them all at the same time. Can we try to? Oops. It's not. I think there was a reset. I don't know where and how I got that. Maybe if I just close it and open it again. Reset graphs. Oh, it still shows. That's so awesome. It's still dropping. 57. And I like it's got such good flow. The case itself is now no longer warm. Like if I touched it, I could feel the heat from within it. No longer. But the cost of half of what? Such a success. Chat, it is 6:30 in the morning. I need to go to bed. It's been a fantastic, long, amazing, really fun stream. And alright, we gotta try the turbo mode. This is turbo mode. Now it's running at 2 watts. So if you have... This would take half an hour off the stream. 10%, so 80... What is 10% of 8 hours? Hey Siri. What's 10% of 8 hours? Yeah, but what is 0.8 hours? 40 minutes? So dumb. Chat, take care. I'll finish this up in the morning. We have to clean this room. It's a mess. But it's been like a day of streaming. What time is it? We started this endurance test. Right, if I go to my page, we can see it, right? We did... Oh my god. So if you take this 20 minutes and put it in here, it's going to be 9 hours, 10 hours, 15 hours. Yeah. I'll call that a success. Let's check the temps before we leave now that we're running the super fan. 114, where are you? 113. There, 114. 56 degrees. It might drop. So we don't know, but like, look at these temps. Not a lot of temps over 50 even. I'm getting a little bit chilly sitting next to it. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, it's like the absolute highest values are in the 50s. Not a single value in 60. 59 is the highest. 52, I mean. What a difference. Before all the averages was over 50. And many of them was 60, 70, 80. And then a few was like 100 plus average. Well, we'll pull the averages down, of course. Since we're running so low. But that's amazing. Like, this is 20 degrees. We're in the 20s on some of these. The ambient temp in the room is probably 21 degrees Celsius. Love it.